Selamat datang diucapkan kepada semua para pelajar sesi 2020-2021 ke Kolej Matrikulasi Perak.
Kolej Matrikulasi Perak ialah kolej matrikulasi yang ke-6 yang telah ditubuhkan di Malaysia. Kolej Matrikulasi Perak berkeluasan 67.048 ekar dan terletak di Gopeng, Perak. KMPK telah mula beroperasi pada 1 Mac 2002 dan bilangan pelajar ambilan yang pertama adalah seramai 722 orang pelajar. Kolej Matrikulasi Perak dilengkapi dengan infrastruktur akademik yang mempunyai kemudahan sebuah perpustakaan, 7 buah makmal komputer, 6 dewan kuliah, 19 makmal sains, 50 buah bilik tutoran dan 10 buah bilik peperiksaan.
Kemudahan untuk pelajar yang disediakan di Kolej Matrikulasi Perak ialah 5 buah kolej kediaman yang boleh menampung sehingga 2,750 orang pelajar, 5 buah kafeteria, 1 kemudahan mesin pengeluaran wang automatik ATM dan Dewan Seri Kinta.
Kolej Matrikulasi Perak juga mempunyai sebuah one-stop center yang dilengkapi dengan kedai siswa menjual kelengkapan harian pelajar, terminal siswa untuk pembelian tiket pengangkutan awam, pekan siswa untuk cetakan fotostat, matrik mat jualan alat tulis,
laluan alternatif untuk kemudahan para pelajar,
butik amal menyediakan khidmat pembelian pakaian dan pit stop menyediakan kemudahan penggunaan komputer.
Butik amal Kolej Matrikulasi Perak mendapat sumbangan utama daripada Yayasan Bina Upaya Darul Rizwan yang dinaungi oleh isteri Menteri Besar Negeri Perak. Manakala kemudahan pit stop adalah merupakan sumbangan daripada Pusat Zakat Negeri Perak. Laluan alternatif turut dibina dan disumbangkan oleh syarikat Humal Simen Sendian Berhad.
Kemudahan sukan yang terdapat di Kolej Matrikulasi Perak ialah padang bola sepak, dewan badminton, padang bola jaring, padang hoki, gelanggang tenis, gelanggang squash, gelanggang sepak takraw, gelanggang bola keranjang, parkos, gelanggang petang, gimnasium dan peralatan kebudayaan. Anjung siswa yang terletak di One Stop Center pula menyediakan khidmat Pusat Informasi Pelajar, unit kaunseling dan kerjaya, kaunter hal ehwal pelajar dan unit hal ehwal pelajar. Kemudahan pengangkutan juga turut disediakan iaitu sebuah bas kolej, sebuah kereta kolej, sebuah van kolej dan sebuah kenderaan pacuan 4 roda.
Kenderaan pacuan 4 roda Toyota Fortuner ini adalah merupakan sumbangan daripada Kementerian Perumahan dan Kerajaan Tempatan.
Program matrikulasi mempunyai kelebihan dari segi kos penginapan dan pengajian yang ditanggung oleh Kerajaan Malaysia dan pelajar hanya perlu menanggung yuran pendaftaran sahaja. Dalam pada itu, program matrikulasi menyediakan sijil matrikulasi bagi tujuan perlantikan perkhidmatan awam. Program matrikulasi juga memberikan allowance wang saku pelajar sebanyak RM1,250 untuk satu semester kepada para pelajar yang layak. Bagi pelajar lepasan matrikulasi, akan ditawarkan tempat ke universiti tempatan IPTA di dalam negara, universiti luar negara, tajaan JPA dan MARA, dan laluan khas Malaysian Digital Economy Corridor (MDEC). Program matrikulasi juga menyediakan aktiviti pembinaan sasiah dan peningkatan akademik pelajar. Unit core curriculum menawarkan 3 aktiviti iaitu kawat kaki, kelab dan persatuan serta sukan dan permainan. Jawatan Kuasa Perwakilan Pelajar adalah merupakan badan induk kepimpinan pelajar di kolej yang dipilih melalui proses pilihan raya kolej dan terdiri daripada 20 orang pelajar serta berfungsi sebagai perantara di antara pelajar dan pihak pentadbiran. Kolej Matrikulasi Perak turut menyediakan program MEPRO, Metric Excellence Program. Semua pensyarah Kolej Matrikulasi Perak adalah merupakan coach kepada para pelajar dan berfungsi sebagai fasilitator, penasihat akademik dan pembimbing pelajar. Kolej Matrikulasi Perak menyediakan juga program PAL, Peer Assisted Learning. Program ini menggalakkan pembelajaran aktif melalui diskusi antara pelajar dan PAL leader. Kolej Matrikulasi Perak turut mempunyai sebuah persatuan alumni yang teraktif di antara semua kolej-kolej matrikulasi di Malaysia. Persatuan ini memperjuangkan suatu manifestasi semangat kekitaan dan kebajikan program matrikulasi Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia di seluruh Malaysia.
Kolej Matrikulasi Perak, kecemerlangan minda, pemangkin keunggulan. #KMPK di hatiku.
Good morning. Today we will going to study Accounting 1. Good morning. Today is the first day we learn financial accounting. The first chapter we will learn today is Introduction to Accounting. On this chapter, we are able to learn 1.1 Definition of Accounting, 1.2 Users of accounting information, 1.3 Differences between bookkeeping and accounting, 1.4 Branches of accounting, 1.5 Types of business ownerships, 1.6 Types of business activities, 1.7 Types of financial statements, 1.8 Professional accounting bodies in Malaysia, 1.9 Potential career in accounting. Definition of accounting. Accounting is the language of business. It is a process of identifying, recording, classifying, summarizing, communicating, and interpreting the results of business or economic transactions to users in order for them to make better decisions. The accounting process includes the bookkeeping function. The financial information that users need depends upon the kinds of decision they make. There are two broad groups of users of financial information. 1. Internal users. 2. External users. Internal users of accounting information are managers who plan, organize, and run the business. These include directors of companies, managers and internal auditor. External users are individuals and organizations outside a company who want financial information about company. The two most common types of external users are investors and creditors. The government agencies also the external users. What are the others too? Please find out by yourself. Why they need accounting information. 1. Management use accounting information for made decision making, planning, organizing, and controlling operations. Management provides internal information to help them make decisions about their companies. 2. Internal auditors use accounting information for ensuring the management system and the financial system of a company comply with accounting standards. Internal users needs detailed information on a timely basis. Accounting information is used by them. Why external users need accounting information? 1. Investors use accounting information for assessing the company's profitability, assessing the amount of dividends paid out to shareholders and deciding as to buy more shares or dispose the shares they have. 2. Creditors, suppliers and bankers use accounting information for assessing the ability of a business to repay loan. 3. Inland Revenue Board use accounting information for determining the amount of tax to be collected. The information needs of external user vary considerably. Accounting information is used by them. What is the difference between bookkeeping and accounting? We can see the differences in 3 aspects. 1. Definition: bookkeeping, a process of recording, in chronological order, the daily transaction of business entity. Part of accounting. Definition: accounting, a process of recording, classing, summarizing, reporting, analyzing and interpreting the financial condition and performance of a business. Accounting is an information system. 2. Scope: bookkeeping, a preliminary process of accounting. Accounting is a more extensive and thorough process beyond bookkeeping. 3. Person in charge: bookkeeping, accounting clerk. Accounting, accountant. Question. Define what is accounting. At the end of the lesson, students are able to define accounting, name out the users of accounting information and differences between bookkeeping and accounting. See you next lesson. Thank you. Good morning, students. Hope all of you are fine and happy being here. We are going to continue subtopics 1.4, 1.5 and 1.6. Are you ready? We start with subtopic 1.4, branches of accounting. We can divide it into 6 branches of accounting. That is financial accounting, management accounting, cost accounting, auditing, public sector accounting and taxation. Financial accounting provides economic and financial information to external users. Managerial accounting provides economic and financial information to internal users. Who are internal users and external users? We have learned in the video before. So, everyone should refer to previous learning. For cost accounting and auditing accounting, please find and complete your own notes. For subtopic 1.5, we will learn form of business entities. A business is normally organized as one of 3 different forms: sole proprietorship, partnership, and limited company. In the following table, I briefly describe each form with 6 aspects. Make sure you understand and can clearly explain each of these aspects. There are 3 different types of business activities that are operated for profit. There are services, manufacturing and merchandising. Each type of business activities has unique characteristics. Services businesses provide services rather than products to customers. Example, Mass, Marylander, Pdptv Kmpk. Manufacturing businesses change raw or basic inputs into products that are sold to customers. Example, Gardenia, Intel. Merchandising businesses, they purchase inventories from other businesses, such as manufacturers, and resell the inventories to customers. Example, Giant, Tesco, Save. Describe types of business activities. In this lecture, you should be able to identify branches of accounting, the characteristics of types of business ownerships, and also can describe types of business activities. Thank you and see you next lesson. Good morning everyone. Hope all of you fine and happy today. We are going to continue subtopic 1.7, Types of Financial Statement. The accounting reports that provide this information are called financial statement. The basic types of financial statements as stated in MFRS 101 are as follows. 1. A statement of profit or loss / the statement of comprehensive income for the period. 2. A statement of financial position as at the end of the period. 3. A statement of owner's equity for the period. 4. A statement of cash flows for the period. These statements provide relevant financial data to internal and external users. Companies prepare 4 financial statements. There are income statement or profit or loss, owner's equity statement, financial position or balance sheet, and statement of cash flows. This is an example of a financial statement that is an income statement and owner equity statement for services. This is an example of a financial statement that is an owner equity statement and financial position or balance sheet. This is an example of a financial statement that is an financial position or balance sheet and statement of cash flows. Students, be sure to carefully examine the format and content of each statement. What information should be in the profit or loss statement or income statement? 1. Reports the revenues and expenses for a specific period of time. 2. Lists revenues first, followed by expenses. 3. Shows net income, or net loss. 4. Does not include investment and withdrawal transactions between the owner and the business in measuring net income. What information should be in the owner's equity statement? 1. Reports the changes in owner's equity for a specific period of time. 2. The time period is the same as that covered by the income statement. What information should be in statement of financial position or balance sheet? 1. Reports the assets, liabilities, and owner's equity at a specific date. 2. Lists assets at the top, followed by liabilities and owner's equity. 3. Total assets must equal total liabilities and owner's equity. 4. Is a snapshot of the company's financial condition at a specific moment in time, usually the month end or year end. What information should be in statement of cash flows? Information on the cash receipts and payments for a specific period of time. Answers the following. A. Where did cash come from? B. What was cash used for? C. What was the change in the cash balance? An example of statement of profit or loss for a service business. An example of statement of profit or loss for a merchandise business. An example of statement of owner's equity. An example of statement of financial position. An example of a statement of cash flows. Today we have studied all the financial statements that should be prepared by a business. Match each of the following statement with its proper term. A. Income statement / profit or loss. B. Statement of cash flow. C. Statement of owner's equity. 1. A summary of the changes in owner's equity that have occurred during a specific period of time, such as a month or a year. 2. A summary of the cash receipts and cash payments for a specific period of time, such as a month or a year. 3. A summary of the revenue and expenses for a specific period of time, such as a month or a year. Today we have studied all the financial statements that should be prepared by a business. So, you are able to name out all the financial statement and be sure to carefully examine the format and content of each statement. Thank you and see you next lesson. Good morning students, hope all of you are fine. Today we are going to continue about subtopics 1.8 and 1.9. There are 3 professional accounting bodies in Malaysia as discussed below. 1. Malaysian Accounting Standards Board, MASB. 2. Malaysian Institute of Accountants, MIA. 3. Malaysian Institute of Certified Public Accountants, MICPA. What is the main function of MASB? Established under the Financial Reporting Act 1997. The main functions and authorities are to 1. Issue new accounting standards, Malaysian Financial Reporting Standards, MFRS. 2. Review, revise or adopt existing accounting standards. 3. Issue statements of principles for financial reporting. 4. Sponsor or undertake development of possible accounting standards. 5. Develop a conceptual framework for the purpose of evaluating current and proposed accounting standards. What is the main function of MIA? Established under the Accountants Act, 1967. The main functions of MIA are to 1. Determine the qualifications for members. 2. Provide training and continuing professional education to existing and potential practitioners. 3. Control the accounting practice in Malaysia. What is the main function of MICPA? The Malaysian Institute of Certified Public Accountants, MICPA, was formed as a professional body in 1958. The main functions of MICPA are to 1. Advance the theory and practice of accountancy in all of its aspects. 2. Recruit, educate, train and assess a body of members skilled in these areas. 3. Maintain high standards of practice and professional conduct by all its members. 4. Develop the accounting profession. Why is accounting such a popular major and career? There are a lot of jobs. Potential career opportunities in accounting are 1. Public accounting. Careers in auditing, taxation, and management consulting serving the general public. 2. Private accounting. Careers in industry working in cost accounting, budgeting, accounting information systems, and taxation. 3. Governmental accounting. Careers with the IRS, the FBI, the SEC, public colleges and universities, and in state and local governments. 4. Forensic accounting. Uses accounting, auditing, and investigative skills to conduct investigations into theft and fraud. Answer this question. 1. State professional accounting bodies in Malaysia. 2. Explain the career opportunities in accounting. At the end of this lesson, you are able to explain accounting bodies in Malaysia and identify potential career in public or private sector. We have finished studying for Chapter 1. It is hoped that all students will be able to review and read from other sources for Chapter 1. Next we will study Chapter 2. So all students need to prepare for Chapter 2.
Thank you.
Good morning. How are you today? Are you ready to learn new chapter today? Today we learn Chapter 2, Basic Accounting Concepts.
On this chapter, students are able to learn 2.1 Generally Accepted Accounting Principles, 2.2 Accounting Concepts, 2.3 Accounting Equation, we are learn at tutorial, 2.4 Double Entry System, we are learn at tutorial.
Do you know about is GAAP? Financial accounting practices governed by Generally Accepted Accounting Principles, GAAP. The principles can change over time to reflect changes in the business environment and demands of the users. The different opinions between the accountants can be solved by referring to GAAP. The principles govern conventions, concepts, regulations, procedures and the guidelines of the standards. GAAP's objective is to make information in the financial statements relevant to the users, reliable for the users, and comparable and differentiating entities. All financial statements comply to GAAP. The importance of GAAP are standards that are generally accepted and universally practiced. These standards indicate how to report economic events. In this chapter, I'm emphasize accounting assumption, accounting principles and accounting constraints. It is through this emphasis on the why of accounting as well as the how that you will gain and understand of the full significance of accounting. The accounting assumption consists of 1. Economic entity. 2. Monetary measurement. 3. Accounting period. 4. Going concern. The accounting principles are historical cost, objectivity, full disclosure, consistency, revenue recognition, expense recognition, matching principle. The accounting constraints are materiality, fair value measurement. The individual business unit is the economy entity for which economic data are needed. The economy entity must be first identified, so that the accountant can determine which economic data should be analyzed, recorded, and summarized in reports. So, what economic entity? Economic entity is about the activities of an entity should be kept separated and distinct from other economic entities such as the owner of the entity, suppliers, and customers. Different entities need to be evaluated separately. Owner and business are two separate entities. The transaction of business entity should be accounted for in business's books of records. The example of economic entity. The owner of a business bought a car for his wife's personal use by using money from the business operations. He recorded the purchase as asset in his business book. It is correct or not? Solution. The business does not follow the economic entity concept. The purchase of the car should be recorded in the business as drawings because the transaction was related to the owner and not to the business. The owner is considered as a separate entity from the business. Monetary measurement means we should report all the business transactions or events in monetary measurement. Money is the common denominator in business. Transactions and events are recorded in monetary units. Assumes a stable monetary unit. Examples of monetary units are the ringgit in Malaysia and the dollar in the United States. Accounting period means we can be divided into specific periods such as months, quarters and years. Reporting period covered by financial statements. Also known as financial year.
From situation below, answer the question. Example. A company was formed on January 1, 2019. It closes its accounts on 31st of December. Every year. Explain the concept involved. Conclusion. It follows the time period concept. It is a normal practice for financial statements to be prepared annually by a business. The preparation of companies' financial reports should consider assumption that the enterprise or business will continue in operation long enough to carry out its existing objectives instead of being closed or sold. The business is assumed to remain in operation for the foreseeable future. Most firms' resources such as supplies, land, buildings, and equipment are acquired to be used by the business in its normal operations, not to be sold. It is reasonable to use historical cost for a going concern entity unless evidences suggest the business will be liquidated. Example for going concern. The manager of Hotel Zara assumed that the hotel might be out of business at any time, based on the current bad economy condition. He suggested Hotel Zara reported its assets at the value different from their original costs. The values are estimated at their values in the second-hand market. Does the manager do the right thing? Solution. The suggestion should be rejected because it is not consistent with the going concern concept. The assets must be at their original costs because the business is assumed to be operated for an indefinite life.
For each of the following case, discuss the accounting principles involved. 1. The owner of Cyberzone paid his home electricity bills using the business money and recorded it in the utility account of his business. 2. A company was formed on the 1st of July 2019. It closes its accounts on the 30th of June every year.
At the end of this lesson study are able to describe about GAAP and describe the accounting assumptions that is economic entity, monetary measurement accounting period, and going concern. All students are required to read for accounting principles for the next lesson. Thank you.
Good morning. How are you today? Last video we learned the accounting assumptions. Today we are going to continue the accounting principles and the accounting constraints. The accounting principles are historical cost, objectivity, full disclosure, consistency, revenue recognition, and expenses recognition, matching principle. The accounting constraints are materiality and fair value measurement.
What is the historical cost principle? The acquired assets and services should be recorded at their actual cost. At the time of purchase, The cost is a reliable and verifiable measure. It is considered objective. An entity should continue reporting the historical cost of an asset over its useful life. Now look at an example of the historical cost principle. Example. A company pays Rm 20,000 for a car on August 21, 2019. The market value decreases to Rm 15,000 at the end of the year. What is the cost that should be recorded by the company? Why? Conclusion. The cost principle requires this purchase be recorded at a cost of Rm 20,000. The cost is a reliable, verifiable, and an objective measure. We must record it at their actual cost. Second, we will learn about objectivity. What is objectivity? 1. All accounting data must have evidences. 2. Valid and reliable to support transactions occur. 3. The goal is to prevent accountants in giving subjective and inaccurate opinion. Read example for objectivity. What is the important sentence or word from the example? Siaran Enterprise uses receipts and vouchers as source documents to record cash transactions. However, for cash taken by the owner, there is no document issued. Hence, drawings was not recorded. What do you think? So, what is the conclusion of the above situation? Conclusion. The business does not comply with the concept of objectivity for the drawings. All transactions should have source documents as basis for recording. These documents provides evidences and can facilitate the recording of transactions. Third, what is the principle of full disclosure? The company should report sufficient information, i.e. relevant, reliable, comparable. Usually, the disclosures are in notes to the financial statements. Is the situation below relevant to the principle of full disclosure? Siaran Enterprise has changed its inventory valuation method. The company did not disclose this information in the financial statements for the accounting period. What do you think?
What is the conclusion? Siaran Enterprise does not comply with the concept of full disclosure. When a change is made, details of the change should be reported in the notes to the accounts. The aim is to inform the user of changes in the financial statements.
Fourth, consistency. What is consistency? 1. Uses the same accounting principles, methods from year to year. 2. The permit meaningful analysis of trends within a business. Example. A company uses straight-line method in depreciating its fixed asset. It decides to change to declining balance method. Conclusion. It does not follow the rules of the consistency because the depreciation method should be used from year to year. Any changes should be disclosed in the notes to the financial statements.
The next accounting principles is the revenue recognition. This principle mainly concerns on determining an appropriate period to recognize revenue. Revenue is recognized in the period they are earned. When ownership of merchandises has been transferred to the buyer or when services are rendered. The criteria for the principal recognition revenue are: 1. There is a change of ownership, title. 2. Buyers are willing to pay. 3. The stability of the currency. 4. Buyers are able to pay. Based on the situation in the example, Ahmad sells pottery. He received an order for 100 porcelain vases on January 1, 2020 and received a total payment of Rm 1,000. Goods delivered to buyers on the 15th of January 2020. When should sales be recognized? Give your opinion. Conclusion. Ahmad needs to recognize the sale proceeds of RM1000 on the 15th of January 2020 due to the change of ownership of the goods on that date. The last accounting principles we will learn are expenses recognition or matching principle. IT main concern is to report the expenses incurred in the same period as of the revenue is actually earned as a result of this expenses. This principle helps business to determine the profit or loss incurred for the period by deducting the related expenses from the revenue earned in the same period. Expenses are recorded in the accounting period in which it has been involved to generate revenue. Expenses are recognized when they are incurred even if payment has not been made. To report the actual amount of revenue and expenditure for a financial period. What do you think based on the example below and why? Example. Tini has recorded expenses of RM3000 for utility used by her business in December 2019, although the payment for the utility will only made in January 2020. What do you think? Conclusion. Tini follows to the concept of expense recognition and expenses of the period should be recorded in accounting period it incurred. There are two accounting constraints. Both constraints are discussed below. 1. Materiality. This concept requires business to account only for the items that are deemed significant for a given size of operation. Thus, accountant can ignore and exclude all the items or transaction, which give insignificant effect on the financial statement, or can be concluded. Materiality relates to an item's impact on a firm's overall financial condition and operations. An item is material when it is likely to influence the decision of a reasonably prudent investor or creditor. To determine the materiality of an amount, an accountant looks at its importance and its relative size. Compare it with such items as total assets, total liabilities and net income. Based on the situation in the example, a company purchases a calculator at a cost RM20 and it will depreciate for 5 years over its useful life. Give your opinion. Conclusion. Although proper accounting would depreciate the calculator over its useful life, but relatively to the size of total assets the cost of RM20 is considered not important. The amount will not make a material difference on total assets and net income. As such, the RM20 calculator should be charged to the current accounting period only and not being depreciated for 5 years. 2. Fair value measurement. What is fair value measurement? Fair value measurement states that assets and liabilities should be reported at fair value when it comes to the point of selling assets or settling liabilities. FAS number 157 defines fair value as the price that would be received to sell an asset or paid to transfer a liability, that is, the exit price, in an orderly transaction between market participants at the measurement date. What is double entry system? Accounting uses the double entry system, which means that we record the dual effects of each transaction. As a result, every transaction affects at least 2 accounts. It would be incomplete to record only the giving side, or only the receiving side, of a transaction. Questions. Discuss the accounting principles involved and why. 1. Market value of machine is RM10,000 and original cost is RM7,000. What is the cost that should be recorded by the company? 2. The company must report any information necessary for decision-making should be included in the notes to account at financial statement. 3. What is double entry system? conclusion. We have finished learning Chapter 2. It is expected that students can describe the accounting concepts that are historical cost, objectivity, full disclosure, consistency, revenue recognition, expense recognition, materiality and fair value measurement, and also can explain the double entry system. All students must be ready for Chapter 3 accounting cycle for next lesson.
Thank you and see you again in the next video.
Hello students. Peace be upon you. How are you? I hope you are in the pink of health. Today we will learn about Chapter 3 the accounting cycle. Let's go. At the end of this lesson, students will be able to 3.1 Explain briefly the steps in the accounting cycle. 3.2 Explain the types of source documents used in the business. 3.1 Steps in accounting cycle. There are 9 steps in accounting cycle. First, transactions analysis. The documents source from transaction in a business. Second, record to journals. Third, post to the ledger accounts. Next, prepare a trial balance. Then, do the adjustments with deferrals and accruals. After that, prepare an adjusted trial balance. Next step, prepares financial statements, which are statement of comprehensive income and statement of financial position. Last but not least, journalize and post closing entries. Finally, prepare a post-closing trial balance. How does a transaction take place in a business? First, a manager or other employee authorizes the transaction. Transaction may be external or internal. Then, transaction takes place. Example, Ali invested Rm10,000 as capital. But, some activities do not represent business transaction. Example, a clerk is responding to emails. Second, each transaction will change in the company financial position. Third, the businesses involved in the transaction will prepare documents that give details of the transaction. Lastly, these documents then become the basis for analyzing and recording the transaction. Transaction are a business's economic events recoded by accountant. The company must analyze to find out if it affects financial position. If it does, the company will record the transaction. 3.2 Types of source documents. The document is a source of business written as a proof for each business transaction that has occurred. There are 2 types of functions, namely business source document for reference document and the document as a source of information. Only the document's source of information should be recorded in accounting books. Okay, take a look at first documents, which is invoice. It is a document delivered by the seller to the buyer in the event of a credit transaction. It indicates the products, quantities, and agreed prices for products or services the seller had provided to the buyer. Payment terms are usually stated on the invoice. Original invoice, purchase credit, will be received by customer. And a copy of the invoice, credit sales, will be kept by seller. Next document is delivery notes. Delivered by the seller to the buyer together with the goods. Is a document that lists details about the goods deliver. Buyers can check these items. Debit note. Delivered by the seller to the buyer to inform that his account has been debited. So, customer's debt will increase. For example, the price shown is understated Rm1 per pair. Credit note. Delivered by the seller to the buyer to inform the buyer that the account has been credited. It will reduce a customer debt. It is a document to correct a mistake on an order or an invoice or to refund an amount paid. For example, customer received damaged products and wrong size. Purchase order. Sent by the buyer to the seller that contains information about the goods to be purchased. It will include a number for tracking the purchase order, the type of item, quantity and agreed upon price. Okay, students. What is receipts? It is issued by the seller when receipt of payment from the buyer. It is used as an evidence for receipts and payments have been made. Payment voucher. Internal documents provided by the business owner to record any kind of payment. The voucher is important because it's an internal accounting control mechanism that ensures that every payment is properly authorized and that the goods or services purchased are actually received. Check butt. It is kept by the business and the check is given to person being paid as evidence that a payment has been made. Check butt used as a reference and resourced records. What is bank slip? It is a form issued by the bank for the transaction record store or withdraw money from customers. Bank statement. Issued by the bank to the account holder at the end of the month. It is an official summary of financial transaction occurring within a given period for each bank account held by a person or business with a financial institution. Thank you students. See you in the next video. Bye.
Pak Guru Majid Mat Isa ialah guru utama pertubuhan silat seni gayung pusaka Malaysia. Seorang guru pakar yang telah mendidik guru-guru silat seni gayung masa kini. Salah seorang murid utama Allahyarham Maha Guru Legenda, Datuk Mio Abdul Rahman, pengasas silat seni gayung Malaysia. Seni gayung ialah salah satu aliran seni silat Malaysia yang terkenal di dunia. Dengan keahlian lebih dari 100,000 ahli, aliran ini sudah bertapak di Eropah, Australia dan Amerika Syarikat. Hari ini, murid-muridnya adalah juara-juara kebangsaan, antarabangsa dan dunia.
Silat adalah satu ilmu mempertahankan diri yang dipusakai oleh pahlawan bangsa Melayu kita. Di dalam silat ini kita mempunyai segala ilmu pelajaran yang terkandung di dalam tubuh badan kita yang mempunyai sifat tulang empat kerat, yaitu cara kita menggunakan tangan, kaki dan juga kepala. Maka segala ilmu ini kita mempelajari untuk mempertahankan diri. Sekiranya orang menyerang dengan menggunakan tangan dan menggunakan kaki, begitu juga dengan menggunakan kepala. Kerana ilmu silat ini sangat masyhur di zaman-zaman pahlawan Melayu kita, sehinggalah tercatat dalam buku-buku sejarah tanah air kita di seluruh corak rantau gugusan pulau-pulau Melayu kita ini, yang mana terbukti di dalam sejarah Hang Tuah. Bagaimana kehandalan Hang Tuah mempertahankan marwah negaranya sehingga dia dapat membuktikan kepada dunia, yaitu silat ini sangat begitu handal di masa-masa yang lalu. kelas saya hari ini yang saya ikuti ialah seni gayung. Maka seni gayung ini adalah dipelopori oleh Maha Guru yang teragung, yaitu Datuk Maha Guru Niau Abdul Rahman. Beliaulah yang mendidik anak-anak muda di seluruh tanah air kita supaya mempelajari segala ilmu yang ada di dalam seni gayung ini, agar kita benar-benar menjadi manusia yang bertanggungjawab terhadap bangsa kita, agama dan negara kita ini. Dikatakan seni tapak itu ialah cara mana pergerakan kedudukan tapak kita. Sebelum kita membela diri, kita kena memperkemaskan kedudukan tapak kita supaya kita menghadapi daripada serangan-serangan orang yang akan menyerang kita. Setelah itu kita dah kukuh dalam tapak kedudukan kita, barulah kita mempelajari seni dia. Bagaimana kalau orang menyerang kita, kita menangkap, kita memukul, kita membuang dan melepas segala-galanya. Itulah yang kita seni dia. Setelah itu seni keris. Kita belajar bermain tikaman, keris, pisau ataupun parang ataupun lembing. Inilah yang dipanggilkan seni keris. Setelah itu kita mempelajari ilmu seni simbah, menggunakan rotan, kayu ataupun lembing. Begitu juga parang. Maka cara mana menikam, letak, kita hendaklah menangkap dengan sepintas yang dapat kita mengalahkan musuh. Sebab itu kita menggunakan ilmu ye. Ilmu ye ialah satu ilmu tidak menggunakan kekuatan. Menggunakan fikiran kita, cara melompat di dalam tempat yang lumpur. Bagaimana kita nak menyerangkan diri kita dan juga kita nak mengedarkan daripada perangkap musuh menggunakan taktik yang jahat. Setelah itu kita menggunakan seni belian. Seni belian ialah satu ilmu yang menggunakan cara mana harimau menangkap, mengoyak, memukul dan mematahkan musuh yang lebih besar daripada kita. Itu yang dikatakan seni belian. Setelah itu kita menggunakan seni cendai. Cendai ialah satu permainan orang tua-tua, yang mana kita lihat seorang itu menggunakan kain sarung ataupun selendang ataupun kain tudung wanita. Maka pelajaran seni cendai lah yang tertinggi di dalam seni gayung kita.
Dan silat beralih pula.
Assalamualaikum and welcome to the video. I am Muhammad Hafizul Hafiz bin Husin from Physics Unit Kmpk. I would like to welcome you to the video series and most important of all, welcome to this amazing college. In this video, we are going to go through Experiment 1, Measurement and Uncertainty. Make sure you have your jotter and manual ready. You will need your jotter for taking notes as you follow along with the video. The learning outcome of the experiment is that you can measure and determine the uncertainty of physical quantity. Uncertainty or doubt of measurement can be understood as follows. Let's say you are trying to measure the length of the leaf. The ruler has a resolution of 0.1 cm. Resolution is the smallest increment of the measuring instrument or the smallest division on the scale. What would be the length of the leaf? You are sure that the leaf is at least 3.5 cm. You are pretty confident on that. But as you can see, the end of the leaf is not exactly at the 3.5 cm mark. We cannot really tell for certain the length of the leaf. So we are going to estimate the length of the leaf. We estimate the length to be about 3.5 cm. The reading is actually at the interval between 3.5 and 3.6. This interval is the uncertainty of measurement. We are going to report the length of the leaf as 3.5 plus minus 0.1 cm. So when other people see the reading, they know the value are estimated closest to 0.1 cm. So when reporting the measurement, we will write the value of the measurement as our best estimate plus minus the uncertainty. If x is the measured physical quantity, then the value of x is written as x plus minus delta x. The delta x is the uncertainty of the value of x. So, every measurement that we make in the experiment has some degree of uncertainty. As we have shown before, the uncertainty is due to the limitation from the resolution of the measuring instrument. Instrument with better resolution is able to produce measurement with higher precision. For example, if we take the vernier caliper, the resolution is 0.002 cm. If the caliper is used to measure the length of the leaf instead of the meter ruler, the reading will be much more precise and we will have a much lower uncertainty. The uncertainty is going to be 0.002 cm. According to Stephanie Bell, the uncertainty tells about the quality of the measurement. You can pause the video and you can read the definition given by Stephanie Bell on uncertainty of measurement. I hope this has given you some ideas on what uncertainty is and why it is very important when making and reporting measurement. Coming back to the learning outcome, now I am going to show you how to determine the uncertainty of measurement. We are going to discuss how you can determine the uncertainty for 1. Single reading, 2. Repeated reading, and 3. Combination of uncertainty for a derived quantity. Moving on to the first section, uncertainty of a single reading. The uncertainty of measurement is determined from the method of reading. Either you have a single point reading, 2-point reading or vernier scale reading. For single reading, the uncertainty of measurement is taken as half of the smallest division on the scale. Examples of the instrument are ammeter, voltmeter, and thermometer. For a 2-point reading, the uncertainty is taken to be 2 times half of the smallest division, which is going to be equals to the smallest division from scale. Example of instrument are meter ruler and protractor. Finally, we have vernier scale. The uncertainty is going to be the smallest unit on vernier. Example of the instrument are vernier caliper, micrometer screw gauge, and traveling microscope. The easy way to know whether you have a single point or double point reading is that if the zero of the instrument is automatically lines up, means that the instrument is going to give you a single point reading, as in the case of a voltmeter. If you look at the resolution of the voltmeter, the resolution is 0.1 volt. The uncertainty is half of the smallest division, so the uncertainty of the instrument is 0.05 volt. If you have to manually align the zero, means that you have 2-point reading. If you look back at the examples where we are trying to determine the length of a leaf, first we need to align one end of the leaf with the zero on the meter ruler, and then we have to estimate where the other end of the leaf on the scale. In this case, the estimate is made twice. That is why uncertainty is 2 times the smallest division from scale. Here are some of the examples of the instrument. Let's look at meter ruler and ammeter. Meter ruler is 2-point reading. The resolution is 0.1 centimeter. The uncertainty for measurement for the meter ruler is 0.1 centimeter, which is equals to the resolution of the instrument. In the case of the ammeter, the zero is automatic. Thus, we have a single point reading. The resolution is 0.02 milliamps. The uncertainty of the instrument is half of the resolution, 0.01 milliamps. For vernier and micrometer screw gauge, the uncertainty is just going to be equals to the smallest unit on the scale. We recommend that when you write the list of the apparatus, go to the measuring instrument in the list and write the range and the resolution of the instrument next to the instrument name. You can get both of the value from the instrument itself. Here are some examples. Next to the instrument, we write the range and the resolution of the instrument. Look at how the value of the length of the book and the current is written. The measurement value and the uncertainty has the same decimal point. The percentage of uncertainty can be calculated as the relative uncertainty, delta x divided by x, this is the relative uncertainty, times with 100%. Relative uncertainty times with 100% will give you the percentage of uncertainty. We want the value to be small. Remember when I said uncertainty tells about the quality of measurement. The smaller the value of the percentage of uncertainty, the better the measurement. That is it for a single reading measurement. Now we are at the repeated reading section. We want the uncertainty of the measurement to be small. In order to do that, we are going to do a repeated reading. In repeated reading measurement, the value of the measurement is the average value of the reading plus minus the uncertainty. This two formula is going to be used to find the average value and the uncertainty of reading. I'm going to show you some examples on how to use these two formula. In repeated reading, we are going to use table to record the value of the measurement On the left, we have reading from an ammeter. The uncertainty of measurement is recorded at the very top of the current in circuit column. The value of the uncertainty is 0.05 ampere. This is for single reading uncertainty. To better improve the uncertainty, we repeat the measurement of current 5 times. First, we calculate the average value of current. We add all the value from the reading and then divide by the number of readings. We get the average value of current to be 1.54 amps. Next, we want to calculate the uncertainty for the measurement. We are going to use this formula. On the third column, we find the difference between the average value with each of the reading. And then we add all them up and then divide by the number of reading. This gives us the uncertainty for the current. We get the value of 0.032 amps. For the uncertainty, we have to round up the value to one significant figure. You have to remember this rule. So the uncertainty of our repeated readings is 0.03 amps. This improves the uncertainty of our reading from 0.05 to 0.03. The percentage of uncertainty can be calculated using this formula. 0.03 divided by the average value of the current and then times 100%. The percentage of uncertainty that we get is 1.94%. Okay, now we are on the section of combination of uncertainty. Previously, we are only discussing the uncertainty of base quantity measurement. In this section, we are going to look at how the uncertainty propagates into calculation. We are going to look at the uncertainty for derived quantity. I'm going to present some example on how to calculate the uncertainty for a derived quantity. If the measured value is used for addition or subtraction, for example, we have x equals to a plus b minus c, the measured value of a, b, and c has its own uncertainty, delta a, delta b, and delta c. The uncertainty for the value of x is just the sum of the uncertainty of a plus b plus c. To illustrate the idea of the combination of uncertainty for addition and subtraction, we are going to use this example. In this example, we are going to find the parameter of parallelogram. The size is measured to be 5.0, 13.0, 4.30, and 10.03. The parameter can be calculated by adding all the sides. 5.0 plus with 13.0 plus 4.30 plus 10.03, this gives us 32.33 centimeter. The addition rule for significant figure is that the number of decimal in the result cannot exceed the lowest number of decimal in the measurement. The lowest decimal in the measurement is the 5.0 and 13.0. They only have one decimal. So, the final answer must only have one decimal. We are going to round off the value to 32.3. The uncertainty for the parameter is going to be the sum of all the uncertainty. 0.1 plus 0.01 plus 0.1 plus 0.01. We get 0.22. When writing the final answer, we have to make sure the decimal point of the parameter and the uncertainty are the same. The parameter of the parallelogram is 32.3 plus minus 0.2 centimeter. Now we have a multiplication by a constant. The value of x is obtained by multiplying the constant k to the value of a. value of A is a measured value. The uncertainty for the value of X is going to be the constant times the uncertainty of A. In this example, we have a circle with a radius measured to be 2.0 plus minus 0.1. The diameter of the circle is 2 times the radius of the circle. So 2 times 2.0 is 4.0 centimeter. The uncertainty for the diameter is just 2 times the uncertainty of the radius. So we have 2 times 0.1 equals to 0.2 centimeter. So the value of the diameter is 4.0 plus minus 0.2 centimeter. When writing the answer, make sure the value and the uncertainty have the same decimal. Now, we are going to find the combination of uncertainty for multiplication and division. The way we are going to find the combination of uncertainty for multiplication and division is very similar to addition and subtraction. But instead of adding the uncertainty directly, we add the relative uncertainty. In this case, we have X equals to A times B over C. The combination of uncertainty for X is delta A over A plus delta B over B plus delta C over C. The combination of uncertainty for multiplication and division can be calculated as the sum of the relative uncertainty for A, B and C. Or you can add the percentage of uncertainty of A plus B plus C. Remember, percentage of uncertainty is just relative uncertainty times with 100%. In this example, we are going to find the area of a rectangle. The sides are 10.0, it has 3 significant figures, and the other side 4.0, it has 2 significant figures. Thus, the final answer must be rounded off to 2 significant figures. The rule for significant figure for multiplication, the answer must have the fewest number of significant figures as the number we started with. The area of the rectangle is 40 centimeter square. 10.0 times with 4.0. We first calculate the relative uncertainty for area. The relative uncertainty for multiplication is just the sum of the individual relative uncertainty. Thus, we have the delta x over x plus delta y over y. This gives us the relative uncertainty of 0.035, or in the percentage uncertainty as 3.5%. To get the uncertainty for area, we multiply the relative uncertainty with the area. 0.035 times 40, we get 1.4. The area and the uncertainty for area must have the same decimal. So we have to round off the value of the uncertainty to 1. The area of the rectangle is 40 plus minus 1 centimeter square. Raising a measurement to a constant power. In this case, we have x equals to a to the power of n. The relative uncertainty for x is just equals to n times the relative uncertainty for a. In this example, we have a cube with a measured sides of 2.0 plus minus 0.1 centimeter. The volume is just equals to the side d cube, d times d times d. So the volume of the cube is just equals to 2.0 cube equals to 8.0 centimeter cube. Remember, for multiplication, the number of significant figure in the result must not exceed the number of significant figure in the measurement. D cube is d times d times d. Because d is repeating 3 times, we are going to add the relative uncertainty for d 3 times. Hence, we can just multiply the relative uncertainty of d by 3. This gives us the relative uncertainty for the volume equals to 0.15 or 15%. Thus, the volume of the cube can be written as 8.0 plus minus 15% centimeter cube. To get the uncertainty for the volume, the relative uncertainty times with the volume. We get 1.2 centimeter cube. Thus, the volume of the cube is 8.0 plus minus 1.2 centimeter cube. We are going to do another example. In this example, we are going to find the volume of a sphere. The equation of the volume of a sphere is equals to 4 over 3 pi r cubed. The radius is raised to the third power. Using the equation, we get the volume of sphere equals to 64.4498. We are going to round off this value into two significant figures. We have 64 centimeter cube. Then we find the relative uncertainty for the volume. We can ignore the constant in the calculation of the relative uncertainty for the volume. Because R is repeating 3 times, so the relative uncertainty of volume is 3 times the relative uncertainty of the radius. We get the percentage of uncertainty for volume equals to 0.12 or 12%. To find the uncertainty of volume, we multiply the percentage uncertainty or the relative uncertainty of volume with the volume of the sphere. 0.12 times 64, we get 7.68. We round off the value to 8 so that the volume and the uncertainty have the same decimal. The volume of the sphere is 64 plus minus 8 centimeter cube, or we can write the volume as 64 plus minus 12%. The procedure has 3 sections. In the first section, you are going to do a single reading and then followed by a repeated reading, and finally you are going to calculate the derived quantity and its uncertainty. Before I end the video, I am going to summarize the procedure of the experiment in this table. For single reading measurement, you are going to measure the length and width of the manual, the length of the rod, and mass of ball bearing. In the repeated reading measurement, you are going to measure the external diameter of rod, the diameter of a coin, and the diameter of ball bearing. You can use this table to record your measurement, one table for each item. In the derived quantity calculation, you are going to calculate and determine the uncertainty for the derived quantity. You are going to calculate the perimeter of manual, circumference of coin, and finally, the surface area, the volume, and the density of the ball bearing. You have measured all the base value to calculate the derived quantity in the previous section. Use the appropriate formula to find the value of the derived quantity. That is it for the video. Thank you so much for your attention, and see you in the next video. Assalamualaikum and welcome to the video. I am Muhammad Hafizul Hafiz bin Husin from Physics Unit Kmpk. In this video, we are going to discuss Experiment 3, Free Fall. What we hope that you get from this video is that you can appreciate the importance of the practical session in facilitating your learning of physics, hence making the learning meaningful. Because some of the apparatus might be foreign for you, we introduce them in the video. Reading the procedure with no background knowledge could be confusing and intimidating. So we go through the setup process for you, and we hope the procedure will make more sense to you. We are not going to go through the procedure step by step, but rather we are giving you the overview of the experiment and some useful tips to help you with the experiment. Make sure you have your lab manual and jotter book with you. You are going to need your jotter to jot down important information and tips as you follow along with the video. Before going to the lab session, make sure you have the objective, a brief summary of the procedure, table for data collection ready in the jotter. You can also add sketches as a visual tools to help you to visualize the procedure better. It does not need to be perfect or beautiful. You can just keep it loose. Free-falling bodies only has gravitational force acting on them. Hence, in free-falling bodies, the body will accelerate with gravitational acceleration. We are going to use this concept to determine the gravitational acceleration using free fall motion. Open the manual and go to the figure 2.1 in the manual. Look at how the falling height is drawn in the diagram. The falling height is measured from the trapdoor to the steel ball. Free falling object can be described by using the quadratic equation S equals to ut plus half at square. As the ball is released from rest, the initial velocity of the ball is 0. The ball falls through the height h, so the displacement of the ball is taken to be negative h. The ball accelerates downwards with a gravitational acceleration. Thus, the acceleration of the ball is equals to negative g. The displacement and acceleration of the ball is negative because they both are vector quantity. The sign indicates the direction of the vector. Substitute all this value into the first equation. We have negative h equals to half gt square. We can cancel out the negative on both sides of the equation. This will leave us with h equals to half gt square. To see how the manipulated variable, the height, affect the time, the responding variable, we will plot them in a graph. From the equation that we have established earlier, we can plot the height against the time square. If you compare the equation with a straight line equation, the height will take the y-axis, the t square will take the x-axis. The value of c is 0. The graph should start at 0 and the graph is going to be a straight line graph. When plotting your graph, make sure the graph occupies at least 80% of the graph paper. Coming back to the straight line, the gradient of the graph will be equal to the half of g. Choose 2 points along the line and draw a right angle triangle connecting the 2 points. Make sure the size of the triangle is at least 50% from the size of the graph. The gradient of the line can be calculated using the equation m equals to y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. The value of gradient will be equals to half of g. Rearranging the equation, we get g equals to 2m. You are going to compare the value obtained from the experiment, which is from the graph, with the theoretical value of the gravitational acceleration. Before we continue with the procedure, I want you to pause the video, open the manual, and go to the procedure section of the experiment. Read through the procedure. After you have read through the manual, you can come back again to the video. Hi, welcome back. If you have read the manual, these two statements will make a lot of sense to you. In this experiment, you are going to manipulate the height and then record the falling time. Finally, before going to the apparatus and setup video, we are going to present to you with the table for data collection. Repeat each set at least twice and then find the average. Make sure you enter the uncertainty for measurement. In the measurement column, make sure you write the calculated value of t square in standard form and write the exponential power in bracket if present. Let's go to the apparatus and setup. We are going to use digimeter as the timer to record the falling time. This is the power button. The timer has an input A as a start trigger. We are going to use these two input jack. And then we have input B. Input B is the stop trigger. We are going to use these two input jacks. Your reading will be displayed here. This is the function button. To start using the timer, we switch on the timer. Press the function button and go to start and stop. The reset button will reset the timer back to 0. This is the electromagnetic holder. It is used to hold the steel ball. To attach the steel ball onto the holder, press the top and attach the ball at the bottom. To release the steel ball, just press this button, the metal button at the front of the holder. Next, we have a trapdoor and we have a white circle on it. You need to make sure that the ball falls inside of the circle. It has two output jacks. This is the close-up view of the trapdoor. We also need a retort stand. The electromagnetic holder will be connected to the input A of the timer into these two input jacks. The trapdoor will be connected to the input B into these two input jacks. And make sure you set the function to start and stop. This is the holder. You are going to attach the steel ball to the holder. And you are going to secure the holder to the retort stand. Take the trapdoor and place it right under the holder. This cable is used to connect the holder to the timer. One end of the cable is connected to the holder and the other end of the cable is connected to the input A of the timer. Like so. The next pair is used for the trapdoor. Connect the cable from the trapdoor to the input jack of input B. Like so. When you release the ball, make sure the ball falls onto the white circle. The falling height is measured from the trapdoor to the steel ball. You are going to vary the height and measure the falling time. When you release the ball and the ball hit the trapdoor, the timer will give you the falling time. To clear the time, just press the reset button. For each height, you are going to repeat the experiment at least twice and record the observation in the table. That is it for this experiment. Thank you for your attention.
Assalamualaikum and welcome to the video. I am Aziman bin Abu Bakar here from Physics Unit Kmpk. In this video, we are going to go through experiment for linear momentum. What we hope you to get from this video is that you can appreciate the practical session in facilitating your learning of physics, hence making the learning meaningful. Because some of the apparatus might be foreign for you, we introduce them in the video. Reading the procedure with no background knowledge could be confusing and intimidating. So we go through the setup process for you and we hope the procedure will make more sense to you. we are not going through the procedure step by step, but rather we are giving you the overview of the experiment and great tips to help you with the experiment. Make sure you have with you the lab manual and open them to page 13 on the experiment of linear momentum. And also you are going to need your jotter to jot down important information and tips as you go along with the video. Before going to the lab session, make sure you have the objective, a brief summary of the procedure, and table for data collection ready in Jotter. You can also add sketches as a visual tool to help you with the procedure. It does not need to be perfect or beautiful, just keep it loose. In this experiment, we are going to verify the conservation of linear momentum. For the theory of conservation of linear momentum, we have equation 4.1, m1u1 plus m2u2 equal to m1v1 plus m2v2. So we substitute equation 4.4, which is u equal to r square root of g over 2h into equation 4.2 and 4.3. As the result, we will get the equation for x-axis is m1 x naught equal to m1 x1 plus m2 x2, and for the y-axis, we will get the equation 0 equal to m1 y1 plus m2 y2. Setup for figure 4.2a is used to find the value of x naught. Meanwhile, the setup for 4.2b is used to measure x1, y1, and x2, y2. After the oblique collision, ball bearing 1 and ball bearing 2 will fall on the carbon paper and the position will be marked on the drawing paper as shown in the figure. Next, we will replace the value of m1, x naught, x1, m2, x2, y1 and y2 into the equation for x and y axis in order to verify the conservation of linear momentum. The procedure that we are going to do is, the first one, we will release ball bearing 1 without collision. Secondly, we will release ball bearing 1 to collide with ball bearing 2 in order to produce oblique collision and verify the equation of 4.5 and 4.6. Finally, before we go into the apparatus and setup video, we have to weigh the mass of ball bearing 1 and 2 and then record them. Repeat the experiment for 5 times and record the value of x naught in the table. Then we calculate the average value of x naught. Next, for the oblique collision, repeat the experiment for 4 times and record the value of x1, y1 and x2, y2 in the table. Then we calculate the average value of x1, y1 and x2, y2. Make sure to enter the uncertainty for your measurement. Let's go to the apparatus and setup. We are using a curved track, 2 ball bearings, M1 and M2, a piece of string to tie on pendulum bob, a pendulum bob, a meter rule, plasticine to stick the string. We have a piece of drawing paper, and a piece of carbon paper. First of all, our curved track needs to be placed on the flat table. We will use the drawing paper for the ball bearing mapping and fold it into 2 sides. Therefore, we will have a straight line in the middle of the paper. To prevent our drawing paper from moving, we need to put the cellophane tape on each of the corner of the drawing paper. We are going to slide the plywood near to the end of the table. By adding the plasticine, we can hold the pendulum string and keep the track horizontal at the end. In order to align the track center with the center of drawing paper, we use the pendulum and string and tie it below the curved track. Make sure that the pendulum is placed at the center of the paper by referring to the middle line. Mark point A on the curved track as the starting position for ball bearing 1. We will release ball bearing 1 from point A and observe the landing point of ball bearing 1 on the paper in order to place the carbon paper on top of a drawing paper. Next, we release the ball bearing 1 from point A for 5 times to get the average value. We mark the position of the landing ball bearing 1. We are going to measure the length from the landing point to the middle of the pendulum bob as X known. To begin an oblique collision, we need to place ball bearing 2 at the end of the curved track. Release ball bearing 1 from point A, and these two ball bearings will subsequently collide and fall freely in a projectile motion. Repeat this step for 5 sets of reading. Next, we will observe the landing point of ball bearing 2 and measure the distance by referring to the central line. After that, we will observe the landing point of ball bearing 1 and measure the distance by referring to the central line. Assalamualaikum and welcome to the video. I am Aziman bin Abu Bakar here from Physics Unit Kmpk. In this video, we are going to go through experiment 5, friction. What we hope you to get from this video is that you can appreciate the important the practical session in facilitating your learning of physics, hence making the learning meaningful. Because some of the apparatus might be foreign for you, we introduce them in the video. Reading the procedure with no background knowledge could be confusing and intimidating, so we go through the setup process for you and we hope the procedure will make more sense to you. We are not going through the procedure step by step, but rather we are giving you the overview of the experiment and great tips to help you with the experiment. Make sure you have with you the lab manual and open them to page 18 on the experiment of friction. And also you are going to need your jotter to jot down important information and tips as you go along with the video. Before going to the lab session, make sure you have the objective, a brief summary of the procedure, and table for data collection ready in the jotter. You can also add sketches as a visual tool to help you with the procedure. It does not need to be perfect or beautiful, just keep it loose. In this experiment, we are going to utilize the concept of static and dynamic equilibrium to determine the coefficient of static friction and kinetic friction. In both cases, the sum of the force is 0. Based on the figure given, every object that have contact between surface will have friction. And we have two types of friction, that is static friction for object at rest and kinetic friction for moving object. In the static friction, we are going to determine the value of coefficient of static friction, and the symbol is μs. Another one is kinetic friction, and we are going to determine the value of coefficient of kinetic friction, and the symbol is μk. Since kinetic frictional force is less than static frictional force, therefore coefficient of static friction is greater than coefficient of kinetic friction. Next, we will go to the graph. From the equation that we have established earlier, we can plot a graph of static frictional force Fs against normal reaction force R. If we compare the equation with a straight line equation, the static frictional force Fs will take the y-axis and x-axis for normal reaction force R, and the value of C is 0. The graph should start at 0, and the graph is going to be a straight line graph. When plotting your graph, make sure that the graph occupy at least 80% of the graph paper. Coming back to the straight line equation, the gradient of the graph will be equal to μs. Choose 2 points on the line and draw a right angle triangle connecting the 2 points. Make sure the size of the triangle at least 50% from the size of the graph. The gradient of the line can be calculated using the equation m equal to y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. And the value you get from the calculation will be equal to μs. Same goes here for kinetic friction. If we compare the equation with a straight line equation, the static frictional force Fk will take the y-axis and x-axis for normal reaction force R, and the value of C is 0. The graph should start at 0, and the graph is going to be a straight line graph. Remember again, when plotting your graph, make sure that the graph occupy at least 80% of the graph paper. Coming back to the straight line equation, the gradient of the graph will be equal to μk. Choose 2 points on the line and draw a right angle triangle connecting the 2 points. Make sure the size of the triangle at least 50% from the size of the graph. The gradient of the line can be calculated using the equation m equal to y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. And the value you get from the calculation will be equal to μk. You are going to compare the value obtained for μk and μs. Before we continue with the procedure, I want you to pause the video, open the manual and go to the procedure section of the experiment. After you have read through the manual, you can come back again to the video. If you have read the manual, these two statements will make a lot of sense. In the experiment, you are going to manipulate the rested slotted mass MR and then record the mass of hanging slotted mass MH for both static and kinetic friction. In data collection section for the static friction, weight the mass of the wooden block, and after that complete the table section. Same for data collection section for kinetic friction. Wake the mass of wooden block, complete the table and make sure enter the uncertainty for your measurement. Let's go to the apparatus and set up. First of all, we are going to use a square plywood. We have a wooden block that have been embedded with hook. A plasticine as a stopper for the wooden plywood is used in the experiment. A string as a connector. We are using the pulley clamp to hold the string. We are using paper cup as a container to hold the slotted mass. We have sets of slotted mass and sand granules which have different mass, which is 2 grams, 5 grams, and 20 grams. And the sand granule mass will be measured by using the electronic balance. Tic-tac pen is used to produce a constant force on the wooden block. To prevent the plywood from sliding, we will attach 2 plasticine between the plywood and the table. Make sure the pulley is clamped in the middle of the plywood. The string should be tied up neatly to the paper cup and the another end to the hook of the wooden block. When the wooden block have been set on the plywood, we need to mark the starting position. Slotted mass need to be put gently into the paper cup to avoid impulsive force. And if the paper cup keep moving or rotating, hold the paper cup to prevent it from moving. The slotted mass or sand granules were added gradually until the block start to move. Weigh and record the total mass. Repeat the experiment by adding the slotted mass on the wooden block. For the second part of the experiment, we are going to use a tic-tac pen to exert a little push on the wooden block until it moves slowly and steadily along the plywood. If the wooden block doesn't move slowly and steadily, add the mass or sand granules until it starts to move steadily. Record the total mass. Repeat the experiment by adding the slotted mass on the wooden block.
you